Hello, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Today, I think we're finally gonna dig into the k-means clustering logic, like building that out. But first, I do need to figure out how to protect the data. So last night, I got things actually running. And as you can see down here, I have an array that I can just put data into. I tested adding a bunch of different data types, and however I did this, it just sort of ignores this field. So if the field isn't there, it adds it with an array, an empty array. If it is there, it's just like, okay, cool, you're here. We're just gonna leave you here. Done. Things I'm concerned about. If I run a version that doesn't have this modification, it is going to strip this data. That's a big problem. So I'm thinking that the import files should get into the repo, which is atrocious. But I don't know a better option. So I could make a separate config file. That's option one. That avoids that issue. But that then means I'm maintaining 3 files for every asset, which is awful. The next option would be storing things in Godot. So things like metadata, in which case I'm not tying it to the asset. Another option, I guess, would be storing a single config file that has the mapping for every single asset. And that runs the risk of having a really long load time whenever I want to access that data. So, let me just ask the question. So can you add data to import file that won't be automatically overwritten? Sent data overwritten, you should save. Gemini, shut up. Gemini, you're the worst sometimes. All right. Music. You going? Will this fix its explanation? So auto generates and overwrites them. The advanced import settings allows you to inject strings and other properties directly in metadata. Is that true? I don't think that's true. hey, that actually shows up. Interesting. Yep, so I either add it to the repo, which I don't love, or I have to be much more diligent with getting this stuff backed up on my OneDrive. Any other option? I feel like I'm right at finding a better option for this. It is very weird to me that you have a config file that is constantly being overwritten. Can I think of anything? Ooh, here's a question. Is there an end of file tag? Oh. Yeah, they're all saying the same thing. This isn't what I'm trying to ask. So, config file comment. I am now curious. It still strips it. Let me just write down my options and think through them. First option. Store in existing work. Back up in repo. I don't like the OneDrive solution. Or in separate config file. Ooh, hold on. No, I still need the data stored. Would I still need to back this up in... If I make it a single file, I mean, yes, I would want to do that, and it wouldn't be that big a deal. But load times for that config file are a problem. single file. Long import times, or long code here. Not to mention just managing that's going to be bad. For in scene files, data is not assets. So for anything that I have palette swaps, this whole thing breaks down. How do you spell palette? Well, I was in the ballpark. Well, break it. Another option that I hadn't considered is make it part of the build process. In which case, I could do something along the lines of have in the scenes some data that says how many colors to use. And when my game exports, do the calculations then. And cache that. That could work. But this all... likely not working. Come on, dum-dum. There's gotta be a smart idea you've got on this. Okay, well, let's just ask, how big is too big for a Godot config file? Anything over 10 megabytes, generally considered. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, the only one that seems to make sense is what I'm doing here, so I will need to add them to the repo. Which is gross, but I think that's my only decent option. Could I potentially reduce the overhead by grouping assets? So, for example, could I have one config file for everything in CG Trader? So this would be a variation on Solution 2. And what would that mean as far as the code logic? So when I'm generating the data, I'd be iterating through. When I get to certain folders, I say, okay, here's an awesome spot. Make a config file. The code then has to drill down into all subfolders, iterate through all assets, and build the config file to place here. When I'm reading that data, I would then have to have logic that says, okay, this asset is located here. Let's step up the tree until we find a config file, and then load data from there. That's ugly. That's ridiculously ugly. So I absolutely hate the single config file. That one's out. Store and scene files. That one's out. No, I hate that one. Build processing. That's not going to be worth it. Okay. This needs to be in the repo. No matter what way I try to slice this, it needs to be part of the repo. Yep. All right. Now, how am I accessing this data? Because I don't know that it's a good idea to have a config file read every time I need this stuff. I think I probably want this data loaded on import. Where would this be? Probably compressed texture 2D or its parent. Or base class. That inherits from texture to B. What is texture? Oh, there's nothing here. All right. Where is texture 2D? Main resources, texture, I guess. Let's see constructor for you. Okay, you don't have a constructor here. So when I'm operating on a texture, nope, that's not it. Okay, how do I create a texture? Create from let's ask Gemini this part though. Where in the Godot source code does it Create texture fix. From... Hey there, still needs work. I'm doing pretty good. I finally settled on how I want to implement part of this, but I'm not happy with it. It's just the best of a bunch of bad options. How about you? How are you doing? Texture. Texture, object, location. I process high-level resource instantiation in the main thread and low. Oh, hush you. Getting ready for the Linux test. Ooh. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to test you on your all the Linux knowledge I have. I forgot we were supposed to do that. And learning Japanese. Yes, yes. I assume that you are basically a native speaker at this point. So, still needs work. Your pop quiz of all of the Linux knowledge that Dum Dum possesses. First question. What is the Linux equivalent of command line in Windows? Well, you know everything I do now. Good job. Hildy's work was so worried about catching up to my knowledge for this pop quiz. Oh, no, no, no. I know very, very little about Linux. Now here's a question, and I don't know the answer to this, so... What's the distinction between bash and terminal? What are these things, and what? Tell me what? Where in the Go source code to import parameters that are associated with created texture objects? Does Gemini know this? Resource format loader? Go actually intercepts the request and loads the policy. Engine reads the import text metadata. Binary first reads. Press texture 2D load data. Let's take a look-see. Is it right? Clean resources compress texture. Still needs work, just refusing my answer. Very sad. Edge, request, normal, request roughness, bitmap limit, size. Still needs work is running away. I call shenanigans. File access. But what path is this? In the source code, how does data from .import files get to resulting asset object? Or directly loaded into an asset object instead. File access manifest directs the internal precompiled binary asset stored in the imported folder. That's, don't think entirely true. Press that. Engine resource loader singleton parses the source directory. Fix the presence of the .import. Reads it in. Yes, I agree. 100%. Config file parses the import parameters to locate the compiled file's internal cache path. The engine's resource UID and file access systems map the original file map to an internal cache path. Yes. Concrete loader invocation. Based on the file extension defined in the import, the engine loads the corresponding resource format loader subclass. I know where those are, parses the binary data stream, and then instantiates the blank asset object in memory, then populates the object's properties like compression mode by directly calling property setters on the asset instance. For reading the actual structure of donated resource objects, assigning their internal properties. This seems relevant. For IO resource format binary. Maybe not. Well, maybe yes. What function is this? Parse bearing. Oh. But it can actually be used for file system dot resource. Gemini is basically the only way I'm searching through the source code at this point. Not free. Welcome back. Now, still needs work. Will you answer my question? That you fled from with much haste? What is the distinction between bash and terminal within a Linux system? Bash is a specific type, I think. Oh. According to AI, that's not. We're gonna assume that Yuletide Camel is just correct. What does Yuletide Camel have to say? Often used interchangeably to indicate a text-based system for navigating your operating system. Command line is very Windows-centric terminology. Terminal is very Mac-centric terminology. For different flavors. Can use in a shell, including Bash. Bash is both a shell and language used to interact with the operating system, and I'd say it's the most common one on X systems and Mac OS, meaning Linux and Unix. You can use Bash on Windows with the Linux subsystem, but it's not default. Windows comes with command line and PowerShell. Like Bash, PowerShell is both a shell and a the differences in all these has to do with specific commands. Subsystems you list directories with dir, on others you use ls. Command line doesn't come with SSH. Shells are different from an IDE in that they are not just for programming, just a way to look at files and run programs. Okay, so the general term is shells. Bash is the Linux equivalent of command line. Terminal would be like the shell for accessing the system via Bash, which is the Linux equivalent of Windows's command prompt. Cool. We learned something today, chat. Since that was a whole lot of stuff, let's put visuals with it so it's easier to remember. Actually, this is probably easier here. So, text-based operating system window. X. Okay. Command line. The equivalent over here is Bash. And prompt. So, what would I call this? What is command line? What is Bash? Kind of like the language. Call it access language. And this is the shell. Are there any other terms that I want to do? I think that covers it. Yeah. It says that this person says that Bash is the shell, though. Is that true? Bash is a shell. Terminal is graphical window. Oh. Is command line a shell? No, command line and a shell are not exactly the same thing, but they are closely related. While the shell is the actual software program that processes and executes those typed commands. Wait, but that's what terminal is. Hold up. Is that not what terminal is? Why is terminal not considered a shell? Hold on. Two distinct layers of the command line interface. The terminal is simply the graphical window. Shell is the underlying program that actually interprets those. That's dumb. Then I really don't see how Bash is the shell and the language. Like, okay, so there's just sort of arbitrary dividing lines on where the code happens to sit. Okay, so there is the access language, there is the shell, and there is the GUI. Or user interface, not graphical user interface. So the access language, in this case, is command line. Access language here is Bash. Shell, in the case of Windows, is command prompt. And the shell is also Bash in the case of Linux. UI in the case of Windows, and prompt. Terminal in the case of Linux. All right. Awesome. We have learned things. Congratulations, chat. We now know how these are structured. Why did we care about this? I don't know. I got hung up on it. Sorry. Let's ask the Godot question a different way. Where to modify Godot engine to change the way fixed alpha border is loaded from import file. Over how it's handled, must modify files in the editor input folder, specifically targeting for classes like editor file system. Oh god. First order texture. That sounds relevant. That looks relevant. Or not. In Core IO. Editor, import resource, importer. Texture is not a thing. Oh, yes it is. I lied. Underscore comes before dot. Right. You're in update imports. Nope, this is not the place. Gemini, why? Why do you keep lying? One thing I'm worried about is that this gets saved. Like, if this data ends up being saved in the binaries, then I would need to find a way to shove this into the binaries as well. And yes, the data type here is dead wrong, but don't worry about that. Go engine. Where does it get updated in the compressed texture too? ID is stored in the work file. Do not update the UID inside the custom. So, how to access import params for a PNG. Select the file in the file system. Path, changes. Right. Access those by opening the file. But hold on. Hold on. What is this? Returns an object's metadata value given the entry does not exist. False. I don't understand. What is it considering metadata? Because this is a variant, it isn't a node. So it's not talking about this metadata. I don't think. Class that is designed to store a variety of types. Oh, just objects have metadata, so maybe it's just not showing that down here. Okay, let's be more general in asking AI. What does the Go engine do with import parameters such as that? Corrects improperly formatted HDR images. It tells the engine to decode HDR textures using nonlinear. Need to know the full data flow though. I may have stored this data in the wrong place. That's not great. So there is a good place to store PNG file related data. Data for assets like sprites and textures. Store them directly in a fresh folder. Dynamic data, nope. Based on resources. Package your texture and metadata together inside a first file and save it via the Go custom. plus side, we've learned a whole bunch about Godot. I don't know that any of it's that useful to me right now, but I've learned a whole bunch. Okay, I don't even know what I'm looking at anymore. Okay, we're gonna do this a different way. I'm gonna jump out of this. Close that. We're gonna go back to regular Godot. Not all the custom stuff I've been doing. And I'm gonna try like it. Don't like it. Let's just see how big the config file would be if I go the route of creating a file, a single file that has all the data in it. Like, how bad does that get? Because if doing all of the existing files right now still only comes out to, let's say, a few hundred kilobytes, maybe it's fine. Come on. Yeah, I think all that data is getting, like, it's just changing how the binaries get created. I don't think all of that data ends up actually exposed. Parse error. Hold up. What's wrong in here? Okay. Slime golems a result of boss base being bad. Hold up. Reload. Good. All better. Where is Scratch? How do I add section? Because I've got save, so okay. Try it. Will this do what I want? Probably not. Well, it didn't break. Oh. Hey. Now. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. Pure accident. Remind me what this does. Right. Oh, not what I wanted. Now, is there a way to check if it's an image file? Extension. No. There's got to be a better way. Go considers file extension. Get recognize extensions for image. Nice. And what do? You return a package to an array, returns a list of recognized extensions for a resource type. Okay. So path and valid extension. An array. And I'm gonna need to build this logic even if I don't end up doing the single file solution, so this is all useful anyway. Gold. Nice. More file in that. Bloop. Or dir in da.get directories. Still annoys me how this works. The fact that this doesn't have the full directory name and it's just like the next folder down feels dumb. Okay, so that is now recursive. And it should get all the things. Okay, valid extension. What are you look like? No. No, that's not good. All right. Oh, son of a gun. what are the valid types? I was looking at this, I think, yesterday. And it's a bunch of hard-coded strings somewhere. Yeah. Just see the source code for this. Oh yeah, I did look at it. Do I need to go down into the individual resource loaders? Let's see what I get. Can I see the editor? This doesn't add up to me. Oh, how would I get people? That's going to get SVG, which should be valid. Let me look for something else that I remember. What is your parent? Format loader. Oh, protected. Oh, okay. Which means they probably also aren't down. Yep. So I just don't have access to this. That's quite annoying. So the only answer go get list of valid image file extension. Can I call that, even though it's private? Okay, what did that do? I think it might be time for a break. Non-existent function. What I figured. Is there a way in bscript get list of file extensions that Godot considers valid? Well, even Gemini said nope. It recognizes type, press texture. Don't think that's true, but anyway, I decided we're gonna do some Palworld. They finally released 1.0, so it's time. That said, it might be worth checking out what mods are available for 1.0. So We only look at stuff that just came out. Remote fast travel, that makes sense that would be out, like, immediately. Expeditions. Egg breeding. Merchant shop. No negative capture traits. No. But man, people are jumping on updating stuff. Clearly. Any chance? No. Okay. It's very early days to find anything that I'm actually interested in mod-wise, so. Okay, what do we get? Garbage! Alright. Fine. In that case, we're just going to have a hard-coded list. It's going to be very sad. Let's go, what? Extensions are valid for file. Cool. Thanks, Gemini. Doing good stuff. Glorious. Let's go. Let me launch Palworld, please. And I'm thinking of opening this world up to you guys in chat. So y'all let me know if that's something you're interested in. Or, you know, I'll just do my own thing and explore Palworld. Either way works. And fair warning, I am a filthy casual. So the world settings are going to be excessively casual. Nice. Alright. That's not as many as I was worried about. $57 kilobytes? The full game's gonna be almost certainly 10 times that size. Okay. How bad does this get? So let's stop it before the load and after. Let's see what happens. After over 2 years of early access, Palworld has finally officially released. To all Pal Tamers who have played the game up to this point, thank you very much. 1.0 adds many new features and makes your time in Palpagos even more exciting, including new pals, story content, missions, new areas, mechanics, and more. We recommend starting a new character to get the most out of the experience. Save data can be continued if you wish to do so. From everyone here at Pocket Pair, thank you very much for your continued support. Now, Global Pal Box is a thing! Don't know when they added that, but that's awesome. Obviously, our world is the dumbest island. Obviously. Multiplayer... I'll look at opening that later. Custom. Day and night speed, I think default is fine. Autosave interval. 1 minute should be fine. Rate. Let's raise it a little bit. How capture rate? I like that maxed. Appearance rate. That's a scary setting, by the way. I'm gonna leave that alone. I have played with this at 5. Or no. I don't think it was. Wait, that's the damage. 3. That's right. I was like, 5 doesn't make sense. I've played with it at 3, and it also multiplies the pals that show up in boss fights, which, oh, if you're able to fight that many at once, great, because the grind is dramatically reduced. But it ramps up the difficulty so fast. Damage stuff, I think leave alone. Hunger depletion rate, stamina reduction rate. Sleep concentration rate. I like the idea of that being increased. Like, if you put your pal in the pal box, it should heal faster. Pal stamina and hunger reduction rates. Let's cut stamina reduction in half. Like I said, I'm a filthy casual. Player damage to player. Player hunger depletion rate. Yeah, we're cutting that in half. Stamina reduction rate. I'm gonna reduce that by even more than half. Auto health generation rate. Probably leave that alone. Sleep health generation rate. Yeah, if we're sleeping, let it heal fast. Work speed multiplier. Was that always a thing? I'm okay with doubling that. Forgot how many settings there are for a world. Damage to structure. No, we're turning that off. Or, whoa, that doesn't turn off anymore. Okay, deterioration rate. That's what I'm thinking. Never mind. Get rid of deterioration. I don't like that. Raising item production rate. What is that? I don't remember that setting. Raising item production rate. Oh, that's ramped up. I've always felt the default was pretty decent. I'll leave it at default for now. Max number of dropped items. Max number dropped active items. I don't know what the distinction is. Gatherable items multiplier. Double it. Gatherable object health multiplier, leave it alone. Respawn interval, leave it. Dropped item, gonna double. Item weight rate. I am so tempted to just put that at 0. So tempted. Durability loss. Nope. Like I told you, filthy casual here. Time to incubate massive egg. Nothing. Enable raid events, yes. Predator pals, yes. Death penalty. Nope. Maximum number of guild members, fine. Number of bases for each guild, 5. Work pals per base. Number of structures per base, no limit, that's fine. Random pal mode. No, not doing randomizers. Fast roll, yes. Parkour mode, nope. Allow pal genetic data to be saved in the pal box. Allow pals to be reconstructed from the global pal box. Okay. Just, you know, chat people, be responsible. Don't be crazy. If we even do multiplayer. That's up to you guys. But I'm telling you, Palworld is filled with a lot of cuties. Ooh. Oh, that performance is, woo! Okay. It took a tiny bit of time to load that. I probably shouldn't be worried about it then. Okay. So, who are we gonna be? Hey, chat. Who should we be in this game? Everyone is so muscular? Well, obviously. We're surviving in a remote archipelago. Let's see. I want to match the color for Dum Dum. Hold up. Okay, got that. Wait, where did it go? Why did you leave? Hold up. Okay, I've got it on my clipboard now. Oh, when I... Okay, that's why. No, stop. So I need it to be a little bit brighter. A little bit paler. Nope. Probably as close as I'm gonna get. Yeah, it's good enough. Why do I have a rash? That's not good. Now, chat. Hear me out. Hear me out. Oh God. Still needs work. You were saying something about everyone being so muscular and fit. I mean, muscular is still true. And I mean, bro doesn't even fit within his own physics. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh dear. Let's try to have some semblance of proportionality, but we are going for the hamster look, so we need to be somewhat rounded. No, we're gonna be a chonky boy. Okay. This is the closest we can get to hamster proportions without just being awful. Hamsters don't have buff arms? You are right. Yep. I want it to at least be in the ballpark, though, of realism. Okay, that's probably okay. Now, face. Let's talk. No. I'm gonna feel like he's flirting with me with those eyes. That is not acceptable. Buck teeth? Ooh, I don't think we can get that, though. I don't think that's an option. Yeah, I don't think there's shown teeth anywhere. What? Oh, I was not ready for that. Oh, I should put a timer on or I'm gonna end up spending an hour doing this. I was not ready for those eyes. You know, sure. No, we're not demonic, but thank you. Hey. Bro has been through it. You know what? Sure. Why not? Why not? What do hamster eyes actually look like? Hold on. Well, that is very nondescript. That's not going to help me. Let me see Dum Dum for a second. Okay. As much as this would be accurate to a hamster, I just go with, here. Boom. Hamster eyes. Perfect. Looks so good on a human. Ooh. Slightly paler. There we go. That looks like Dum Dum. Hair color. Hold up. Dum Dum. We got like a dark brown going on. So 488.5. There you go. For off-white. Yeah, but that's not like the hair up here. Like, the closest thing to hair up top is gonna be the eyebrows. And those don't look like the same color. At all. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Now I see why you're saying with the off-white, especially if we go with bald. Looks like is there any like buzz cut with just like a little bit of, stubble isn't the right word, but you know what I mean. No. Okay, we're going bald. But if we're going this look, I think this might be the only option. I think that might be the only option for our character. Like, I know the eyebrows are a bit much. But hear me out. Oh, whoops. I like this one though. Nope. Nope. Hate it. Hate it. It's almost as bad as this one. Or better yet, Disney princess face. Perfect. It looks just like me. Okay, what color is... Slightly red and slightly green. So it's just very slightly yellow. Got it. A little more muted than it should be, but I think we're good. It's tempting. But also that. Because that. He looks like he used a lot of fake tanner. No. This is natural hamster aesthetic. Good enough. Hair, voice. Am I even going to be able to hear these? Hold on. That's not. There we go. None of these work. Also, why is the game so ridiculously quiet? So adorable! Hello. I have awakened. Hours are the key. Tree holds the truth. Your butt itches from all the sand. You know, fair enough. Options, sound. Is OBS picking up the audio at all from this? Just barely. The background noise isn't being picked up in the slightest. Oh. I've acquired something. Ooh. Ooh. Hold on. Controller. There we go. Ooh, gotta fix that. Uh-oh. No. Setting aim sensitivity. That's at least triple what I was just doing. That's better. Oh, dang it. No, no, I want faster. Wow. Sensitivity's so low. Still very slow. That's so weird. Fine, just max it out. No vibration, please. Build mode, switching from hold to toggle. Yeah, even maxed out, the rotation's still pretty slow. How do I go down? Huh. I think they redid the map around here. Because I remember being able to go down there. Alright. But I am certainly not surviving that fall right now. Also, other settings are off. Graphics. Pushing are off. Obviously. It says shadows are epic, but I don't see any shadows happening. I'm good without camera shake, thank you. Yeah, I think the game's kind of messed up here. Hello. You're adorable! I'm gonna beat the snot out of you! Whoa! Okay, so that looks sensitivity. Hold up! Okay, so where's the regular sensitivity? Well, I said cancel. Garbage. That's fine. Ooh. Hello, Lamball. Sorry, buddy, but I need your guts. Hello, sir. Or ma'am. Hello, ma'am. You shipwrecked? It's been a while since I've seen anyone who wasn't reeking of Pal. I'm pretty sure I reek of Pal right now. Just saying. And it's hell on earth. What are you doing to my device? There, I've installed a survival guide. Thanks. Ooh. I think they upgraded the visuals on that. I need to catch a Cativa. But first, I need pal spheres. Also, just going to point out how disappointed I am that the features that Nintendo stripped have still not been able to come back to this game. Super duper lame. Like, I get it. Don't get me wrong, I get it why they haven't come back. I am hoping within the year, though, that those features can come back. Like how you used to be able to throw your pal out at a specific location. Great. Oh, I got pal spheres from that. Hey, Cativa. Level 3. Ew. Hello, guy. Oop, there we go. I have a friend. And specifically why he's like the most important thing early on. 100% extra carry capacity right there, just for having him in the party. One big change though is this no longer stacks, and basically none of the passive stack. So used to, whenever I'd start a file, I'd grab myself 6 Cativa. Be like, great, I can hold all the things. Nope, not anymore. Very sad. All right. Deck survival guide. What are you wanting me to see here? Oh, I can enhance stats. That's not happening right now. Technology. Hellbucks. How many points do I have? Oh, 25. Hellbucks, Palsphere. Campfire, sure. Pal dressing facility. Sure. Cloth outfit. Cloth. Whoa. Unfortunately, I do not have normalized audio like you guys do. So, like, when a big loud track plays, I get just all of it. Need the feed box. Berry plantation, yes, please. Branch. Yeah. Get a basic parachute as well. That should be good. Oh, and the way the XP bonus stuff works, they changed it to require less. I think default was 12 before. So getting the basic bonuses is way less grindy now. I need wood. Build a PAL box from your build menu and construct a base. Nope. Not happening right now. Bro, I feel like I've gotten enough wood out of, like, what would be 5 trees. Can you help me with this? No, you are not a lumbering pet. Nice. Thank you, buddy. Let's get some basic gear. Oh, I need more stone. Can Cativa do this? Yes! Sweet! Okay, and what am I missing? Thank you. Now, can I, like, back you up? Ah. There we go. I have forgotten all the things. Also, what is that? I know I saw it earlier, but I meant to comment. What is that? Is that the new look of the sanctuaries? Oh, that's got to be what that is. Also, what? We have floating islands? We have a floating island? That's cool. Oh, Nintendo's absolutely going to try to sue you for that one. Wait, no, that's not... That wasn't a Nintendo thing. That's a Elden Ring thing. I don't know. Nintendo may still try to sue, even though it's not theirs. Like, oh no, That's Elden Ring. We own that, right? Sure. Apparently at some point Nintendo maybe, don't know how true this is, but maybe tried to patent the concept of jumping in a video game. Like, if I'm wrong, let me know, but I have heard this, and I'm curious how true it is. Hold on, let's ask the internet real quick. Did Nintendo attempt to patent jumping? Well, that's... Never patented the concept of jumping itself. However, the rumor stems from 2009 interview with Mario creator. Joked that he wished he had patented the... Chat. That's not something you joke about. You don't joke about, oh, I wish we had patented the concept of jumping. And honestly, I think there needs to be a legal precedent for not being able to patent anything in the context of a video game that exists in real life. Because the concept of patenting is supposed to be there for, you can start selling this thing and people would not have figured out how to do this thing had you not published. Like, published how you did it. Or started selling a product. That's the idea. Well, and this, like, copyright law has what I'm about to describe. I think there needs to be some protection for, if a technology can be invented the exact same way by two people in isolation, then you don't get to enforce that patent like that. So in copyright, if something is a logical development, for, like, that two people could come up with in isolation, then neither of them has copyright authority over the other. Or, like, neither of them has primary ownership of the IP. But with patent, you do have, like, whoever came up with it first just owns it, even if it's a natural development that anyone should have been able to come up with. Can I land on those safely? Oh, testing. Nope. Those do not negate fall damage. Elden Ring, you lied to me. Ooh. The fall damage isn't too crazy, though. Oh, but the fall damage from there will be. Ooh. One thing to negate your fall damage in this game is to, on your way down, grab onto any vertical surface, and your fall damage is just 0 instantly. Oh, not that. Ah. Celery. I wish to catch you. Oh, you're so far away. Hello, buddy boy. And Dunzo. Wait. Ooh. Ooh, they changed the visual on that at some point. That looks so much nicer. Ooh. Didn't remember there were dungeons here. Okay, we'll do one dungeon, and then I gotta start coding this stuff. Level 13. Well, what's the worst that could happen? In fairness, it's not a big deal if I die because I have no drop. Ooh, blueprint. Nice, nice. But I want this treasure. Give me the money. Wait. That it? Alright. Sure. I like free stuff. Like... What? Oh no, I'm cold! I'm apparently dying. I guess I can craft campfire. I need to get out of here anyway, like... Ooh. Right, it's nighttime, so different kinds of pals are out. But I'm dying. But I want to catch pals. Oh, no, come back. Good enough. I should really put some clothes on, huh? Help! Help! Oh right, that's sealed off now. Son of a gun! Okay, I gotta do something. Wait. Where's... campfire? I need wood. Son of a bee sting. I did not prepare for the night at all. There's no trees here. So what am I supposed to do to not instantly die? Wood? Oh, oh. Work faster. Oh, why are you fighting? Much better. Okay. Put some food. Or not. I do not have any eggs, apparently. But I thought... Oh, I guess it rotted or something. Hey, buddy. Do you cook? No. You cook? No. Do you cook? No. And all my cook. Or not. Oh, it's morning. We're good. There was that updraft spot. Can I just go back in here and get more stuff? Let's see. But it is time to start working on that code. Empty. Got it. Whoa. Oh. That's one way to travel. Oh no, it's gonna just get me back to the same spot. What am I supposed to do? Why is this sealed now? I don't know what to do. Nice. So what are new PAL abilities? Equips to the player to become a shield. Sometimes drop wool when assigned to ranch. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Those. Modify the performance of the collider, prevents fall damage and extends the duration of high-speed colliding. What? Appears near the player, attacks hostile enemies with dark magic bullets. The bullets will not reduce the target's health below 1. Cool. Ooh. Hello. Are you gonna... Okay, that's fine. Oop, that's not what I wanted. Thanks for that. I guess I can focus on getting all my 5 Captivas. I just need to find a place that's warm to sit. Dude, I clearly need to just get a team of different pals that all have this bullet ability. So I just attack an enemy once. They all get the health down to 1 for an easy catch. One more! But I have no spheres! Here? Here! Here! Find me 1 Cativa. I want to see what these stat bonuses are about. Whoa, what is that? Hold on! We've got something more important than the Cativas. What are you? Huh? What was that? What is that? What is a pupperai? Hold, please. Pupperai. Territorial disputes begin with a stare down and then a single quick strike. Okay. Best Boy, while in party, increases the player's melee damage by 10%. He's adorable! Those are penguin guys? Yes. Hello. That's pretty penguin looking. I'll recognize him right away. Get myself special dish. Anyway, code time. I've had my fun. Is there any way to, like, pause the world other than the obvious? Yeah, let's do this. Alright, so I have my list of files. What data do I want in here? Probably color count. And array of colors. And I should probably just start building this in utils somewhere. Instead of making this temporary code. This will be named what? A means color finder. Better. Okay, get file list. How do I want to organize the data? Could make a separate section for each file. Yeah, let's... think I like that. This maybe shouldn't exist quite like this. No, I do want to keep it separate. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. That said, these are going to be moved at some point. Why? So get the count from there. For all other purposes, I don't think I care. If the section doesn't exist, set that. Oh, I don't need to do both checks. If we can get it, get it. If not, set it. Perfect. Oh, whoops. Okay. Also, get rid of that. By the way, one thing that I recommend a lot of developers get in the practice of is this structure for your methods, starting with your result and always naming it consistently, makes it a lot easier to track down what you're doing to construct that result if you're reading through it, like if someone else is reading through your code. There's going to be times where this doesn't make sense. So very simple data types, this doesn't make sense. So if you're just returning true or false, not really relevant. There might be a few use cases, and I've done it in one or two places, but typically for things like collections is where I would use this. And it just makes reading your code so much easier. Because the moment I see this variable or pointer or whatever it is in the language, that keys me in, okay, whatever manipulations happen to this thing are what I really need to focus on when reading this. So what all needs to come in? String for the file path and for clusters. Okay, so if the thing I get back is not an integer, go overwrite it. Okay. Probably need some criteria for removing section as well. So like if a file stopped existing, what's the most likely situation? Is the most likely situation that I've deleted a file or that I've renamed a file? Or s in pf dot s not in file list. False. Yeah, find is probably better. All right. Now here's where the actual guts need to be. Ugh. Color array, a specialized memory efficient array that tightly packs colored data less memory and yielding faster iteration time. More flexible and stores convenient methods like map, slower to modify. Okay. What is pixel B? Same as get pixel, but it takes vector 2i argument instead. Okay. Easy peasy. If value less than cutoff or alpha less than cutoff, there and see. Okay. Okay, so I've got a list of all the pixels that are above the cutoff. And I thought up a decent way to do the initial elections. First off, if we have less than 4 pixels, yep. So just empty array if that happens. That's only going to be for like ridiculously small stuff. Yeah. Oh wait, if it's less than A. Data and A. So the first point just ends up being the average of all of the colors. I don't know if I'm here for this today. Because there's a few pieces that I haven't quite sorted out in my head. Such as, I need to be able to sort them by how close they are to each other, or how close they are to my centroids. I don't know. I'm taking a minute, and I'll decide afterward. And by a minute, I probably mean like 20 minutes. And by 20 minutes, I mean when the stream ends. I'm glad we narrowed that down. Oh, egg. Yeah, I already am in pretty dire need of a base. There's Vixie. Purple. Oh, I remember you guys. I'll be catching Vixie like crazy at some point. What are you? Doggy? You're so cute! Absolutely. Even though I don't have the space to carry anything. It'll be fine. It will not be fine. Speed remedy, extremely valuable. Permanently raise work speed by a slight amount. Boom. Ah, that's for me. Gimme. Technology points. Okay. Dang it. Have in here. Uh-oh. What is that? Sulfur. What else can I drop? Half of the wood is fine. And how can I speed up that rotation? That's kind of awful. Game setting common. I wonder if this will still affect it. Nope. Alright. I have found humans! Get in there. Don't die. Whee! What can I see? Oh, right. Fishing is a thing. Cool. Found the end. Well, good job, Celery. You're, doing not much. Hey, Cativa, get out here. Do something, please. Whoa, that hurts. Okay, next land ball. Go. Oh, I am dead. I beg your pardon? How rude! We're trying that again. I think I can manage it. Very full house sounding? What is? I'm confused. Help, chat. What do you mean? Oh. How rude. Is that something one of the Full House characters said? I do not recall. Oh, little girl. Oh, I think I remember that. You're bringing up, like, old memories. So, if the exit was that way, then what's over here? What the heck is this? I don't know what this means. What is this? Oh, there's treasure in there, we know that much. Is this a matter of take out this thing? Maybe? Hey, Lamball, there's a whole lot of you not doing your job. There we go, Celeray. Get him. Okay, yeah, focus on me. Celeray. Okay, here. Oh! I did it. Nice. What all do I get in here? Oh. A lot of the fancy plants that are for permanent stat upgrades. Sweet. Some stuff I don't care about. Got some bread, money, and training Ooh, and some fruit. What skill fruit did we get? Nightmare Ball. Second, 300 power. Eh. But what stat should I care about? Probably weight. It's gonna be a big one. Actually, yes, let's just do that right now. Because if I recall correctly, I can respec. So. Oh yeah. Kativa, come help. No? Alright. $650. That's enough. Get a bit more sulfur. All right. Good enough. Now that is how that I also want. You're not getting away. Got him. Now when we get to the exit, I'm gonna need to chill and heal. You know what? Go ahead and grab this one too. Nice. Those can be hard to track down, so worth. Oh yeah. What do we got? Nope, I'm not strong enough for that. Can we make them reset? Not easily. Oh, I wonder if they just totally patched that out. So before, you could like walk far enough away from a room to get them to reset and respawn as some other owl. I wonder if they made it so you can't do that anymore. I noticed the respawning in the other rooms was not nearly as aggressive as it used to be. Yeah, like, walking back to this room, there should be fresh pals here, or syndicate or something. Oh, hello, I missed you. Ooh, money. Ooh, here's a thought. What if I make my first base inside of one of the existing human settlements? I've never even considered doing that before. And the big boon in doing that is going to be that the base is automatically protected by... I think I just made this worse for myself, but... oh well, here we go. Oh, we're getting damage on the big guy. That works. Yeah, big guy's going down fast. Good. Catch. Please catch. Yes! We got the big guy! Woohoo! Very nice. Good job, guys. I'm so proud of you. And I didn't have to do anything. Well, pretty much. Is extra stats and technology points. Essence answer. Yes, please. Oh no. All right, what all are we gonna learn? Common shield, yes. For sure, saddle. Might be worth. Algear workbench. Gotta have that. Monitoring stand, yes please. Logging. Stone. Bell that sets the alert status of pals on base. Change pal behavior to either attack invading enemies or focus entirely on work whenever you like. Gotta have the crusher. Replace that. Extra power. Yep. How are we doing on points? Oh, we're golden. Hot spring, yes please. Furnace, obviously. Metal tool, quality workbench. Medicine, health. I don't know that I'm gonna need to do too much butchering, but just in case. Metals PR? Yes. I don't really care about the cooler box. The way I usually set up my bases is just to have so much berry production that I don't have to even think about it. Like, sure, the other food you can make is going to be more efficient on a per item basis, but berries are effectively free, and once you have auto feeding, it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, we're not ready for that. Box sparks. Nope. Go. Okay, I need to figure out where to build a base sooner rather than later because I've got no storage. Well, I guess I can up this, so. That's the answer. Just keep upgrading weight capacity, never actually building a base to store things. Ooh, could build a base on top of that tower, maybe. You're in my way. I can't see. Oh, it's the town. But I have no glider. How do I avoid death here? YOLO! Perfect. Oh, hello. You're just a cutie patootie. So here's a question. Can I even attempt to build a base here? No. Too close to special facility. Got it. That makes a lot of sense. Hello. Brought your lunch. Got it. So that quest is basically there to just say, here's the town. I appreciate it. What all do we have here? How critic. And it's Regency of the Life Monk. I mean, I've got a bunch of Life Monk effigies. Those work. I'm researching Pal species. If you manage to catch more species, I'd be happy to reward you for your efforts. Try to catch 10. Right. So you are the Professor Oak here. Got it. Hello, sir. Oh. Rarely seen magical fruit. It is said that a pal who eats it will open their heart to humans. Oh, you sell all kinds of good stuff. Hello, who dis? Okay, sell all kinds of goodies. What could I make if I sell my stuff? Not much. Not much at all. Howdy. So what's your deal? Request from veteran hunter. Ah. Got it. Bosses. For pals. Get a life monk and talk. Cuckoo. Wait, you're making me go all the way back? Come on. Oh, hello. What do you sell? Ooh. You trade in pals. That was a 10. Did that count for this? Yes! Okay, now get me back to there. And performance is still very, very rough. Though that does, I suppose, come with the territory of trying to do development. So I have an IDE running, streaming, and this. Nice. What is that? But that will be the last thing we check on. And looking at the time, yes, it is very clear that I am having way too much fun with this game. And I'm... Oh? The heck are you? Whoa! Woohoo! Okay, so note to self. Don't run face first into an assault rifle. Probably not a wise choice. You know, and maybe let the magical creatures that can shoot all of the elements out of their faces, maybe let them handle the fighting. At least, you know, until I'm wearing clothes. Oh, Hawk. Who's this? Oh. Sure. Nope. We're fine. We're absolutely fine. There are no problems in bossing, say. Wait, where's there? Oh, you kept the damage you took. Interesting. Oh, what? That's not where I wanted you to go, sir. That's the wrong way. This way. You got it. Got it, buddy. Excellent. And while you do that, I'll just bravely stand right here. You got it. No, don't jump off. Don't jump off the bridge. Uh-oh. Oh, nope! Come on, man. You can do it. There we go. One more hit. Done. Nice. What is that? Don't recognize that structure in the slightest. There's a lot of not nice people over here, I see. Oh, but they're only level 5. I should be fine. Oh, yeah. Easy. Let's just get ourselves one of these. Thank you. Woo! Okay, where's giant crystal structure? So I'm thinking, for selection of our centroids to begin with, something along the lines of take the why can't I grab you? Oh, very full. Ew, that's a different problem. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, what is this? What is this? This is new. Knock, knock. Okay. So if I want to get down, how do I do that without dying? Ooh. Oh, dude! That's awesome. One of my biggest complaints in this game was having to manually walk over all the little bits to uncover the map. That is excellent. That's very cool. I appreciate it. But if I wanted to get down, does not appear there's a good way to do that. So Centroid selection. Yeah, let's call it there on gaming today. And let's at least get initial Centroid selection done. So there's a bunch of different ways people have figured out to handle cluster selection. We've got data points, right? And let's throw some strays in there just for funsies. The question now becomes, how do I pick my initial selections in a reasonable way? So the way that's been suggested with the k-means ++ algorithm, what you do is you take all the points, you take their average, and that's your first point. That, to me, is a reasonable way to do it. Next, you pick a point randomly, and you weight the probability of selecting it based on the distance squared. So further away things are more likely to be selected. I don't like this. I don't like it at all. Instead, especially because I know my domain is very much constrained. So with k-means, you're not necessarily guaranteed that your domain is constrained. In my case, we're golden. So, what we're gonna do is first take the average. That'll give us something like this. And let's say our full color range is here. What I'm gonna pick for my second point is something like I think I'm gonna literally pick the center. Then, with just two cluster centers or centroids, evolve this once by taking the closest to each of them. Well, hold on. What if this one gets nothing, though? I didn't think about that. I need to think about that. What happens here? Like, if this point is way off here, then all of these, the closest centroid is going to be this one. Guess what I would do in that case is just pick the point that is closest and then evolve it once. Alternatively, I could just place this on whatever color is furthest away from Actually, that's a good question. How does the k-means algorithm avoid centroids losing all associated points? What clusters with no points? It prevents empty clusters by detecting when a centroid receives 0-point assignments. What happens, the algorithm handles it by reassigning that empty centroid to a random data point in the dataset or to a point located furthest away from any other existing centroid. Ah. I think I'm gonna go with this tactic, which is what I was thinking about already when I said place it on the furthest away one. Okay. For CNC data. And I do want it to be a weighted average. And I also decided off stream that I'm going to base this on hue, value, and saturation. Hue, saturation, hue, saturation, value. as opposed to RGB, because then I can apply feature weighted k-means clustering, which shorthand just means I can make hue more important than saturation, let's say. Something like that. How? And this is, so generally your weighting is going to be based on some understanding of the application. So hue, I definitely want to have a major impact. Saturation, meaning how far apart the largest and lowest RGB channel are. That's roughly what saturation means. You should probably have a larger impact than that. Should saturation and value have different weighting? Probably not. Because the amount that I want, let's say, bright purple to be different from black is going to be very similar to the amount that I want bright white to be different from pure black. Those should probably be about the same. However, the amount that I want, let's say, red and green to oppose each other in this should be more. I think that makes sense. So we treat the whole thing as a single cluster first. And this is also going to be weighted by the alpha. Well, the average is only going to be weighted by alpha. Want to test what we get there. Pretty sure that needs a closure there. Yeah. Changing this. I'd like to put more height protection on it, but nope. While the size is less than 4, we do something. And actually, this I don't even need to have a return, do I? Not anymore, anyway. Got the average of the clusters. Now I need get farthest outlier. Then we're going to bulb centroid once. That shifts those, say, 2 centroids around. Then we get the farthest outlier. Outlier becomes a new centroid with nothing associated with it, at which point we evolve again. Always end by doing 1 evolution. I think that's fine. Oh. Actually, if the size is less than or equal to k, return just that. Also going to need some function for color distance. Getting distance squared, first of all. Wait. Yes. I want to minimize distance, so this is going to have a disproportionate effect or like increasing the amount that this affects the distance means that decreasing this is more important than decreasing the other thing. Turn distance, which is the difference in each component squared times the weighting. Works for me. Or color if distance between the centroid and the color is greater than the distance between the centroid result is new color. Okay. I will go through all of the pairings and whatever the most out there thing is, away from any centroid, that is what we get. Awesome. Okay. Got the outlier. Outlier becomes a new centroid with nothing associated with it. Then we evolve the centroid. This is where the ugly work is going to happen. Cluster data is that. For key in cluster data dot keys. Keys. To cluster data key equal to echo array empty. Then so I need to iterate over all of the points. That should be cluster map, not cluster data. get the color that is farthest from any existing centroid and create a centroid at that all once. All once, so the next outlier is more reasonable. Do I even need this declaration? Clear out all of the arrays. Then For every color, check every single key. Start the closest off at just the first one for the color. So what is our process for evolving? Don't need that. Here, all color centroid mapping. Map all colors to their closest centroid. And the final step, update centroids to be the average of the associated colors. The mapped colors. This is actually just finishing most of the logic here. Rain. Colors to their closest centroid. Start by just associating the first one. Iterate through all remaining. distance mean is 5 plus 1 and color less than distance mean closest color. This will read better if I reverse it. Then closest is that. By the way, the -1 and +1 here is specifically because I've done this. So don't want to, I want to iterate one fewer times, but my I is now going to be reduced by 1, so handle that there. Okay, and then that closest is the color. Oh no, a pen color. Okay, and then finally we will update the centroids. How do you do that? How to update a key in a dictionary? That is not correct. Yes, I'm human. Hold on. Holy cow, I did not realize how late it was. We gotta wrap this up. He wants to use the accepted for the for loop. Sprint error. What? Okay, so kind of what I expected. Or key in keys. Or old key in keys. New key equals the average of map and cluster map at new key is equal to cluster map old key and remove the old key. And just make sure this does what I expect. Removes the dictionary entry by key. If it exists, returns true. The given key exists, otherwise false. Okay. Ooh. That was a lot. That was a lot. And it's 1 in the morning. We will check this out tomorrow. And I don't remember if I said this explicitly, but we're doing machine learning right now. So put that on your stream resume, I guess. I did some reading on it, and apparently this, and a lot of the stuff I studied in college was machine learning, and just no one ever used that terminology. They used all kinds of different names for it. They never said machine learning. But apparently, half of one of my degrees is in machine learning. Actually, I guess half of the other one is also in machine learning. Do two halves make a whole? Do I have a degree in machine learning and didn't know it? Chat, help. I don't think that's how that works. Alright. So, new key is that. Remap, new key, erase the old key. That's how you evolve the Synthroid. Then the next part is very easy, but I'm not doing it tonight. I love you all, and I would love to show you the rest of the secrets here, but I'm tired. And we did some good work today. So, that is where we're leaving it. Everyone, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. And as always, an extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. Thank you all so much. And above all, guys, I hope y'all have an outstanding day. Take care, everyone.